Happy Monday. This is a hybrid meeting. The city council members of public can view this meeting live on Channel 8, the city's website, and YouTube. Live Spanish translation services are being provided for tonight's council meeting by telephone. Please dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091 extras.
Se ofrecen servicios de interpretación en español para esta reunión del Consejo Municipal por teléfono. Marque el número 720-386-9023 y utilice el código 104091 estrella.
Thank you. All votes on tonight's agenda will be conducted as a roll call vote. We'll now call the meeting to order and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Mayor Douglas.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Present.
Councilmember Madeira.
Present.
Councilmember Teeter.
Present.
Councilmember Chacon.
Present.
Councilmember Kim.
Here.
Councilmember Dukes.
Present.
Councilmember Ford.
Here.
Councilmember Douglas.
Present.
You have a quorum, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, please join me in a moment of silence, followed by a pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Do any council members wish to amend the agenda? I need a motion and a second to adopt the agenda as presented. Councilmember Kim.
So moved.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
I'll second that.
Okay, the motion on the floor is to adopt the agenda as presented. We'll ask the clerk to take a roll call vote. Oh. Well, that's what it says on my sheet.
Your vote is open. Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, you're fine. That passed unanimously. All right, public comments. All public comments except for those in public hearings will occur now. If you are intending to comment on a public hearing on tonight's agenda, please refrain from doing so until the public comments for that particular hearing. Public comments shall be limited to 3 minutes each. Persons registered to speak multiple items may speak multiple times. Will the city clerk call anyone virtual or in-person speakers, please?
We had one person signed up for virtual, however, he's not on the Zoom, so we'll go ahead and move forward with the in-person speakers. First person up is Stephanie Miller. Stephanie, come on up. You'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you all for your great service.
Okay. Ooh. I'm here as a resident of Buffalo Highlands, and we border 96th and Telluride. The new development of, the new widening of 96th Avenue is going and already has presented huge noise challenges for that between Landmark and Telluride. So consistent widening it, which we understand, we're asking for a sound wall just between Landmark and Telluride.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, could you state your name and address, please, for the record?
I'm sorry, Stephanie Miller, 17460 East 95th Place, Commerce City.
Thank you. Could you start your time over too, please? Thank you.
I've never done this before. So there's a need for a sound wall between Landmark and Telluride, and not just for the sound, but to mitigate and risk management for the city, because the amount of commercial truck traffic that goes right through there is significant. I know that there's a no down gearing law in effect, but that goes ignored constantly. I personally wasn't aware that that would happen when I purchased my home in that area. I wasn't aware that a high school was going to be built. I understand some residents did. I didn't do my diligence with that. However, I think mitigating the future liability for a possible car running, it is so close to our houses that if one car put on its brakes to avoid something would crash right into the house. So the potential litigation probably within the next 10 years that this city could face from that event that goes into excess liability limits, to me, offsets the small amount of about, from what I understand, $34 to $40 a square foot to build a sound wall. So if you did one that was less than a mile long, we're looking at about 180, maximum, like 180,000. I understand there's other costs to that. I just looked up what the average cost to build a sound wall is. To me, the deductibles and everything that goes into the city's insurance, it would mitigate that. And also the potential litigation of homeowners trying to sue for reduction in home values because the noise is so loud. So the public health, the public necessity for this noise, and it's a small amount because after Landmark, it heads down to the First Creek part where there isn't houses there. We're just talking about this small amount. So I am requesting, I don't know how it goes from there, but it gets put on the agenda or somehow, because this is a fight that everybody in this community is willing to fight. I'm here, I don't know why more aren't here, but I'm here to fight on our behalf for that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Miller.
Our next speaker is Keith Rogers. Keith, come on up. You signed up for 2 items, so you'll have 3 minutes for public comment and 3 minutes for the resolution.
Evening, council,
Evening.
city manager, others. My major complaint tonight is why in the world would you let the school district put in artificial turf in a spot on that land that had beautiful grass on it to begin with? I can't put artificial turf in my yard, so why is it good, okay for them? That's a double standard. It's a bunch of crap. There's a lot of double standards in this city. We're not getting our police force over there. We've got people going by with Jake brakes on tonight. We've got speeders. We've got all kinds of crap going on over off of 68th and Colorado, 68th and Albion, that whole neighborhood. We're tired of the speeders. We're tired of the loud Jake brakes every day. We're tired of the industrial crap that's going in. And we need to get something done about this. We're tired of it. We're going to start taking things a little more serious around here. We need police force, and we need it now. And we need to stop our double standards. Because if one area can do artificial turf, everybody can. I don't see that it's right for anybody else to have it and not the rest of us. So somebody's got to stop wasting money. I hear the police department wants more money. No, not happening. Spend that money on getting officers in the areas that are needed and been needing for quite some time. ATVs, off-road motorcycles, dirt bikes, not allowed on city streets. We still got them. We need to start getting this stuff fixed. We need to get moving forward with this before somebody definitely gets seriously hurt. I'm tired of it. Things are going to start happening, and it needs to happen now.
Our next in-person speaker is Jackie Valdez. Jackie, come on up. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Council, City Management. I want to address one quick question before I start. Mr. Oscar, I would like to know if you're aware of anything that has been going on in our area in general that needs to be addressed with the council and with city management over the weekend. Are you aware of anything? Obviously not. Okay, so I'm going to address it myself. Over the weekend, I realized that where the ice cream office used to be, they've rented it out. They've rented it out to large industrial equipment. I'm standing there and I'm watching, talking with the neighbor, and I see them driving down, not on a truck, driving down Colorado Boulevard with these big backhoes into the lot. So at first I thought, okay, well, maybe they're just resurfacing real quick and that they're going to rent it out to maybe labor, you know, fixing things. Then I see more. And then I see other equipment coming in. So then I called John and I asked him, John, did y'all rent out the property? He said, yes, we did. We rented it out, he said, in an industrial company off of Dahlia. So they took this equipment from Dahlia all the way down Colorado onto 6th, right in front of 68th, into the business. 3 very large ones. So my question to city management is, what are we zoned over there for? Are we zoned for large equipment like that? Because right next door to them, which was brought to my attention, is we've got large semis now. Used to be small concrete trucks and dump trucks in a parking lot next to them for storage. Now we have large semis. Another thing I want to discuss is why our police department keeps wanting more and more and more money for the north to upgrade. We've already put enough money in there. I am dead against this, and I'm a taxpayer, and I'm fed up. I'm tired of our money being misused. Y'all don't want to do anything down south, but you sure want to do all kinds up north. So I'm fed up. I don't want it. I want to know why there's been an accident on 60th Avenue for over an hour, and a police officer still has yet to attend to that accident, because I just came back through for the second time after picking up my grandson. And yet an officer still has not attended that accident. Those people are still standing there waiting for an officer to show up. When I called dispatch said, oh, we have our officers dispatched to another situation. Over an hour ago? We can't get them to come to us.
Thank you, Ms.
Now you can't get them to
Ms.
come to an
Valdez, can you
accident.
wrap it up?
Yes.
Thank you.
I will. We're tired, and we're fed up. And so now we're going to start handling things ourselves. We don't get assistance, guess what? We're going to fix it ourselves. We expect council to help. We expect city management to help. And if y'all don't want to do it, and the police department don't want to do it, well, then we're going to handle it ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, our next speaker is Lucy Molina. Lucy, come on up. You'll have 3 minutes.
Vamos a hablar por 3 minutos. 3 minutes. Okay. Buenas tardes. Good evening. Yo soy Lucy Molina, 6650 Claremont. For years, I have stood before you asking for city leadership to prioritize safety, dignity, and rights for our residents. Yet today, I must call out the very institutions that were created to protect us because they have failed in their duty. Commerce City Management has allowed harassment, intimidation, and coordinated retaliation against residents and community leaders, including myself, who are simply demanding clean, honest governance. Instead of standing with people, they have stood with power, slanders, and bullies. They have partnered with unethical actors, turned a blind eye to public bullying, and tolerated conspiracies designed to silence those of us who speak up for transparency and accountability. This is not leadership, it's negligence and corrupt politics. When residents are harassed online, when women and community leaders are targeted for telling the truth, when public safety becomes political, our democracy is at risk. Commerce City deserves better. We deserve a government that protects whistleblowers, not punishes them. We deserve leaders who serve the public, not private interests. And we deserve a community where integrity, not intimidation, defines our politics. So tonight, I am calling for an independent investigation into the city's handling of harassment, conflicts of interest, and unethical coordination between city partners and political consultants. To the people of Commerce City, stay vigilant, stay united, and know that your voice still matters. I will not be silent. I will continue to fight for clean air, fair government, and safe neighborhoods. Because justice is not charity, it's our responsibility. Thank you. Muchas gracias. Kamsahamnida.
Thank you.
Our final in-person speaker is Barbara Cos-y-Leon. Barbara, you'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Barbara Cos-y-Leon. I live at 7701 Kearney Drive in Commerce City, which is unincorporated Commerce City. And I'd just like to say that I've lived in Commerce City since like 1961. And I know that was a long, long time ago, and now I'm old and retired. But I've seen a lot of changes. But what I want to address is the occurrence of some speed bumps that were currently placed on 76th Avenue, just outside. I live on 7701, and it's just around the corner there. And the speed bumps were placed by Monaco School after a child was killed up there. But there's also 2 streets, Leiden and Kearney Drive, behind the school that have not been, accessorized with speed bumps. People drive down there and they don't go around anymore because of the speed bumps, so they turn left on Kearney Drive or Leiden and speed down those streets, and they're 2 blocks long. A long time ago, my mother, Jenny Cos-y-Leon, I don't know if you know her, you're probably too young and didn't live in Commerce City, but she was able to secure funds to have Kearney Drive repaved and put drainage ditches and sidewalks there. At that time, she requested that speed bumps be put there because of the children on the block. We never had sidewalks to walk down, but after her efforts, we got sidewalks. But they said because of the emergency vehicles, they couldn't do it and they wouldn't do it. You have to do a survey. But, being there all those years and seeing all those speed bumps by the schools, I was wondering why behind the school they can't put speed bumps. And I drive around all these other schools, and there's speed bumps 1, 2, 3, 4 blocks away from the schools, and these are right behind Monaco School. So can anybody answer that question, why we can't put speed bumps on Leiden and Kearney Drive? And they put them on the east-west. I know that's a very long street also, and people speed down there, but they're speeding through our neighborhood. And even it's some of the people that live on the street. So how do I get speed bumps on our streets?
Thank you for bringing that forward. I would ask our city manager to get with you because it's an unincorporated Adams County. It's not within the city, so that would have to go through the county of Adams County.
Okay.
So
Thank
just,
you.
ma'am, just go ahead and give your name and address to our city manager, and he'll get back
Okay,
with you.
where's the city manager?
Thank you.
Circling back to our virtual public comment, we have Mark Schulman. Mark, if you can hear me, go ahead and unmute your microphone, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Hello, thank you very much. My name is Mark Schulman. I reside at 15692 East 96th Way, Building 3C. That is 90 feet from 96th Avenue. And I'd like to address the widening project versus a 45-mile-an-hour speed limit. I attended the meeting the other day, the informational meeting, and, oh, by the way, thank you all very much for the time to speak. I had a couple takeaways from the meeting. One is that growth is inevitable and we need a truck route, and 96 is it. The road is halfway done, kind of, and it's widening, and so commerce will continue. Two, the surveys that they conduct determine what they should do and what is the recommendations. And that's kind of what I want to address, is that the surveys determined that they could use stoplights, but there's no revenue for stoplights. The surveys also determined that there was a need for sound walls, and there's no revenue for sound walls. Both of those particular items will give relief to the residents by getting better access to a road that's now widened and harder to navigate. In addition, you're increasing the speed limit from 40 to 45. And you already have problems with people trying to get from the side streets onto 96th. And it's going to be blood and broken glass, I fear. It's going to be really hard to navigate a 45 without the lights. So anyway, the surveys determined that would be the course of action, but yet we as a council have decided against the lights and the sound walls because we don't have the money. So I would say, I would beg that we would also go against the recommendation for the 45-mile-an-hour speed limit, because that's the only thing that's going to give relief to the homeowners immediately by not increasing that speed. There's no money for windows or doors to make soundproofing. And I really don't want a sound wall. I purposely bought right on 96 to look over the best view in Denver. And a sound wall will just destroy that view and take all that noise and put it from the road right up into my house. And so I would just beg them to consider maybe for a year, just holding it at 40 miles an hour. The trucks are going to be well served by the widening of the road. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank you.
And that concludes the public comment.
Okay, thank you. And I just wanted to address Keith Rogers. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Keith Rogers? I just wanted to address your concern because what you brought up is not under the city's purview. We do not govern what the school district does on their property. So you would have to go to Adams 14, address that to them about the soccer fields having synthetic grass. The city does not govern that. So just wanted to make sure before you left here that you had the correct information and how you can go forward and address that to the proper district. So thank you for bringing that forward. All right. No, sir. Why is that? No, I just wanted you to know, Mr. Rogers, what we govern, what we don't. So members of the public were able to submit written comments online and by the deadline. Written comments were not received by the deadline, and if a follow-up is necessary, you should expect to be contacted by a staff member. Up next, notice of council business, board and commissions, town hall. I will invite Councilmember Kim to introduce this item.
Thank you, Mayor. Excuse me. Thank you, Mayor. So just for everyone's awareness, the Boards of Commission Town Hall that took place several weeks ago was something that was been in the works with the Youth Commission for at least the past 6 months. They've worked tirelessly and effortlessly, excuse me, to actually make this happen. While it's only the first year, obviously there's times where for next year it will definitely be approved upon. Want to first and foremost thank Ms. Kim Adnami for her leadership as well, and most importantly the students as well that were all involved in this and making this happen. And that town hall event I speak of was happened on 10/18. We had several boards and commissions there. Was able to, and hosted by the Youth Commission, to ask some pivotal questions as to what their existing board or commission is doing and what their plans are for next year. So with that said, my motion is to direct the city manager to provide a proclamation to the Youth Commission for their efforts in making this event a success.
Okay, that's the motion. Councilmember Douglas?
Yes, I'd like to second that, please.
Okay. All right. Is there any discussion? Okay, the motion on the floor. Motion on the floor to direct city manager to provide a proclamation to the Youth Commission for their efforts in making this event a success. We'll ask the clerk to take a roll call vote.
Your vote is open. Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, that passed unanimously. All right, emergency SNAP programs support during federal government shutdown. I'll invite Mayor Pro Tem Noble to introduce this item.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I'm bringing this forward with the mayor as a co-sponsor. A couple of weeks ago, as November 1st was approaching, which would mark the potential end of SNAP distributions, it became obvious that we in Commerce City needed to do something to address the needs of our residents who may be on SNAP, and I suspect there are tens of thousands here in Commerce City. To that end, we have ACT, which is the money that we have set aside in a program for from our ARPA designation that we received during COVID, and we set aside about $7.5 million and have been expending those funds. But was there something that could be done by the city who could help bridge this period for our residents? So that's what this is brought forward for today, this evening. We also received a report this week on the ACT program and how much money has been expended. We see that there are 3 contracts with the Food Bank of the Rockies, Volunteers of America, and 180 Church Pantry. The obligations are about $450,000, and so far, $111,000 had been spent as of the end of the 3rd quarter. And then we also have emergency rental and mortgage assistance. We have almost $2 million set aside in that category, and the current period expenditures are about $560,000. I know also that the city manager in the past week met with Adams County and other cities. So I think at this point I'd like to have City Manager Rogers give us an update and what it is that we can do as a city council to address the very important needs in our community.
Manager Rogers?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for the questions. Plain spokenly, there's not very much that we can do with respect to SNAP. Both of that is from an obligation perspective with contracts that we've already entered into, that we have communicated to the Treasury Department, that would take I would not say an insignificant amount of time for us to unwind and understand the ramifications with respect to what we had already obligated ourselves to in those efforts. Additionally, when thinking about SNAP from an operational perspective, this is not a typical function that a city local government would take on. There is a decentralization of government that gets closer to the citizen needs that you find with county governments, that allows for it to provide those social and human health services, and hence why the SNAP program is one that's promulgated through and on behalf from the federal government through the county government. What the county government has asked us for consideration is more from support through logistics in supporting communications, access, when they may be able to understand the practical implications with where we are with the federal government shutdown or when it restarts. to be able to continue to provide that service to the 7,978, what they estimate individuals that Commerce City has as impacted residents. And I would say, lastly, there would have to be some additional review to determine, even if we wanted to go down this path, could go down this path, what that may mean for those who receive this service from the federal government, that any parameters or criteria that would be used or support that we provide would not have a deleterious impact or a debilitating impact on them in the long run, knowing that we would be cross-utilizing federal dollars and knowing that the federal administration has most recently updated new standards, HR 1, and not fully appreciating or understanding or having clear direction from the county government with respect to what level of support could be provided from a financial perspective. The focus and the shift for us has been how to ensure that we are directing and supporting those existing operations, supporting those nonprofits, non-governmental entities in continuing the service in some form or fashion.
Okay, then I'll go back to the 2 points. One was that we have contracts with Food Bank of the Rockies, Volunteers of America, and 180 Church Food Pantry. And our current, our total cumulative expenditures are $111,000, and we have obligations of $450,000. Does that mean that we have $300,000 that we could move to these food banks?
I'd have to go back, and I don't want to speak off the cuff, ma'am. We'd have to do some analysis and research, which again, I know you're looking at the report that's been shared with you, but that's only a component to the larger picture of what, once again, we've already assigned in other budgets or reassigned through updated contracts. We have only the Food Bank of the Rockies and the other 180 Church. That contract has been canceled, and there's awareness of that. So in short, could you increase dollars to the food banks? The food banks are providing a resource. Whether or not they would be able to identify and to use those funds for addressing SNAP pause, for lack of better saying. Once again, that would take time for us to have to evaluate and to understand to see if there's any implications to that.
Okay, then the second point was emergency rental and mortgage assistance. So if we don't do food, then we could certainly potentially do rental assistance and mortgage assistance for people. So if they're having to spend their money on food, then they're not able to spend their money on rent. And we could supplement the rent then. And if we do a marketing campaign now to let people know that they can come to us for rent assistance, which has been a part of the ACT program ever since it began, how about that potential?
Okay. Mr. Tolbert would like to talk to this about the food bank, and then I'll jump into your question about the emergency rental assistance.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Tolbert?
Just to clarify with the Food Bank of the Rockies and Volunteers of America, those two total contracts are $449,000, of which, as you say, $111 has been spent. That means they have $300,000+ to continue their operations to give it out. So we don't need to give them anything more. We took the 180 Community Church, because they could not meet their obligations, and divided that amongst the two so they could continue to do that. So they are continuing to provide, and we've asked them to ramp up what they're doing because of the SNAP issue, if at all possible. And I don't think we had to ask them, but they're still providing. On the emergency rental assistance, we would have to go in, and it would take a while. We'd have to amend the contracts, and we've got a large number of people in the queue. As you see, we've spent close to half the money already in the first 3 quarters, and I anticipate that money is going to be there. But right now, it's only for rent and utility and mortgage assistance. And if somebody's living in a car, we can do car repair, but it's not available to pay to give to folks to buy groceries with at this point.
No, right, but if you were offsetting, if you didn't have to pay your rent, then you could use the money for groceries.
Well, if they come in and ask for that, then we can call that a hardship. We can make that work. We're also, community well-being is really pushing people to the food bank to try to get them to go to the VOA locations to try to help out. And we just had an event, just so you know, last Wednesday, that we partnered with a group that provided and served almost 500 people with boxes of food at the RTD station right by the Adams Tower. So, and that's going to be a monthly event that we're doing through community well-being. So,
Okay, so in our, this immediate situation, I believe that perhaps by Wednesday, people will receive about half of their SNAP benefits, so that should help somewhat.
Right.
But on the other hand, is there anything from your perspective, since you have been basically overseeing this, that we could be doing in order to be of assistance to our residents?
I think, as Mr. Rogers said, the biggest problem is we're unknown now, because there are rumblings that if anybody gives financial assistance to an individual or a family, that they may have to be paying that back to the feds. And so that's what we want to be careful about, that we don't want to be out there collecting back. But I think that as long as we can keep supplying the food bank and they don't run out, that's where we direct people to. That's the biggest, most immediate help we can give.
Okay, and what about rent?
We've got that program available. So if they come in and say, I can pay my rent or I can buy groceries, we can say, you know, don't pay your rent, buy groceries, and here's the rent money. We can do that.
That'd be great. Would it be possible to do a little marketing push on that rent being available, the rent assistance?
We can look into it. I mean, they're covered up with applications right now, so it's a constant stream of people, but we can see what we can do to.
Okay, all right. And Mr. Rogers, what did you say that was the outcome of the meeting with the county, since they are human services and so forth?
I would say that that's deliberative. That was shared with only council.
No, I'm just asking you if there's something that you could share. I didn't reveal anything.
I would say simply, ma'am, that what I shared was their drive was for us to continue to what Mr. Tolbert said, pointing people towards food bank, Feeding Colorado, and other resources as they continue to gain additional guidance and direction from the federal government with respect to SNAP. Just to add on to what I think Mr. Tolbert was saying around the emergency rental assistance, I'm actually going to say we need to hold off on promoting anything around emergency rental assistance until we have a clear affirmation or clarification about even the expenditure of those funds and an offsetting characteristic that may have an impact. So I don't want to send individuals down a path that ultimately may come back to be detrimental for them. I think it's an idea, but I think it'd be prudent upon us for any aspect to review and to ensure that, once again, we're not setting up our residents for failure in the future when that resource does come back, or how it comes back with how the federal government has made certain changes and amendments to it.
Okay, then I would like to make an amendment, a motion that is, to direct staff to bring back to the city council at the next regular meeting a report on what can or can't be done.
Unfortunately, ma'am.
That's my motion.
Unfortunately, ma'am, I'm just going to say that that's not realistic, because this is going to require some significant turnaround and review to understand, and that is working with the county as well as potentially even trying to understand the ramifications from the Treasury Department that offers that resource. So I appreciate the desire and I appreciate the urgency that you would like to undertake with it. I think we all agree with that, but I also want to put realistic expectations on what we can and cannot achieve in communications at this time, which are dynamic, to say the least, with other partners and players who also don't have the rules to the road, so that we can then give the best guidance to our community.
All right, then I would like to commend the city council and the previous city council that chose to use our ARPA funds in order to keep people in their homes and to prevent homelessness. I think that money has gone a long way, and I'm very proud of the City Council for having done that. I know we have made a difference in a lot of people's lives, and so that's where our heart is. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So just for the record, you're just going to withdraw your motion, correct?
Yes, I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay, thank you. All right, on to presentations, oil and gas monthly update. It doesn't say who's going to give the update. Mrs. Tart? I see she's in the audience.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present to you. This is a pretty short and sweet oil and gas update tonight. My name is Libby Tart. I'm substituting for Melody Mascarenas tonight because of an unfortunate death in her family.
Sorry to hear that.
So in terms of this past month, which is mid-October to about now, we have not had any oil and gas applications under review. We have also not received any ECMC or Energy and Carbon Management Commission updates over the last month. We'll have more for you in December. And then we have not really received any current updates from Adams County, from their oil and gas administrator either. What we did want to update on is that CDPHE is undergoing a lot of public meetings that are virtual. And so we wanted all of you, as well as the public, to hop onto their website, and they have a pretty good public participation hyperlink, and to just make people aware that there are some meetings that are coming up in November and December, and they're before we come back and present to you. In terms of environmental exceedances, we have one reportable event. That period is from August 15th to September 15th, and it was an exceedance that consisted of cyanide. And it was due to some systems operation related items. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you very much, Libby. I wanted to bring up something that was mentioned at our Water Commission meeting, and I don't think that we have talked about it here, and that was the report from South Adams County Water and Sanitation Department that Civitas was withdrawing its plans for the Owl and Falcon sites, which are at 112th and E470 approximately. So they would not be going forward with fracking areas like Reunion, Buffalo Run, Buffalo Mesa, and so forth. That was the direction of the well bores from those two sites. And I think if you may recall, I believe I had Abel Moreno repeat that at least a couple of times because I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe what he was saying. So I just wanted to bring that up as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council members have questions? Councilmember Douglas?
I don't have a question, but would you extend our condolences to Melody? Really appreciate
Thank you.
that.
I'm sure she'll appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. All right, on to consent agenda. Consent agenda includes items that are routine, procedural, informational, self-explanatory, and non-controversial. These items are presented to council for a single motion and a vote. Any members of the council may ask to remove specific item off the consent agenda for further discussion and separate vote. Tonight, there are 15 items on the consent agenda. Do any council members wish to remove any items? Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Yep, sorry, it's me again. I'm pulling resolutions 2025-144 and 2025-163.
Okay, I'm sorry, you said 2025-124?
2025-144
Oh, 44, okay.
and 2025-163.
All right. Any other council members want to remove? Okay, I'd also like to remove number 2025-139. All right, I need a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as amended. Councilmember Kim.
So moved.
Councilmember Teeter.
Second the motion.
Okay. All right, will the clerk read the title and take the roll call vote?
Minutes of the October 20th, 2025 regular meeting. Ordinance 2684, an ordinance amending the 2025 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of Great Outdoors Colorado grant funds in the amount of $500,000 on behalf of Sand Creek Regional Greenway Partnership for the Wetland Destinations Project and the authorization of expenditures thereof. Ordinance 2688, an ordinance adopting the 2025 City of Commerce City Land Development Code, providing a penalty for the violation thereof, and providing how the 2025 City of Commerce City Land Development Code will be implemented. Ordinance 2708, an ordinance amending the 2025 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of grant funding from Department of Local Affairs in the amount of $10,025 for Police Department Community Service projects and the authorization of the expenditure thereof. Ordinance 2710, an ordinance amending the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code, Chapter 2, Article 3, establishing the Parks, Recreation, and Golf Commission. Ordinance 2719, an ordinance amending sections 21-7601, 21-7612, 21-7622, 21-7655, and 21-7663 of the Land Development Code to prohibit vinyl siding in new construction. Ordinance 2720, an ordinance amending the Land Development Code to establish a process for the review and approval of preliminary plats and to make related amendments the other sections of the Land Development Code pertaining to plats. Ordinance 2727, an ordinance amending Chapter 2 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code regarding administration of the city government by amending Section 2-4102 of Article 4 of Chapter 2 to create a Department of Economic and Community Vitality. Ordinance 2729, an ordinance amending Section 2-3009 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code to modify the quorum requirements for the Environmental Policy and Innovation Commission. Ordinance 2730, an ordinance amending Section 2-3007 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code to modify the quorum requirements for the Senior Commission. Ordinance 2731, an ordinance approving a First Amendment to intergovernmental agreement with Buffalo Ridge Metropolitan District for the expansion of East 120th Avenue. Resolution 2025-159, a resolution amending the directory of city fees and the charges to modify the fees in Section 5, Community Development. Your vote is open. Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, that passes unanimously with 9 votes. Okay, on to the 3 that were pulled. Mayor Pro Tem Noble, you're up with 2025-144.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much. This is a resolution authorizing award of a contract for asphalt crack repair, and I had questions about the program itself.
Good evening.
Good evening, thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Could you please, Director Hahn, describe the asphalt crack repair program and the scope of it? And also the difference between mastic and asphalt?
Sure. So we'll start with crack repair in general. So we always work on our crack repair program at the beginning and end of the year because it's a highly temperature sensitive program. So that's why you see these resolutions at the tail end of the year. So this work will take us from November probably through April of next year. And for this particular scope of work, we have a little over 600 cracks in the contractor's scope to fill, and those cracks will be filled in 6 different areas throughout the city. So Area 1 is east of Landmark near Olathe and Nucla. Area 2 is west of Landmark near Sedalia and Telluride. Area 3 would be adjacent to the east side of Frontera Park. For Area 4, we're looking at west of Chambers and 120th near Stampede Park. And then Areas 5 and 6 are both near the Buffalo Run Golf Course in Jasper. And we'll get that schedule posted online for everybody. But again, that work will take us through approximately April. It's very temperature dependent, so we don't know exactly when the contractor will be out, just that over the next 6 months, they'll take care of those areas. And then regarding your question about the difference between asphalt and mastic, well, mastic is still asphalt. It's just a little more flexible. We heat it to a higher temperature, so that's what you would hear referred to as hot mix. Asphalt, it's what you see usually in cracks. It's that like more rubbery, puffy looking asphalt, whereas cold mix asphalt's what you see on the roadway.
Okay. And what are you doing regarding the quality control aspect with this company? I've seen some inconsistency as I drove around today and took photos.
Yeah, so, every contractor is going to use a different, fill method. They could use cold mix, they could use hot mix. All of it is acceptable within the industry. So we certainly take notes with our contractors, and if we have any challenges, we address that while they're in the field. We've had contractors go out and redo work previously, and we also take it into consideration for future bidding cycles.
Okay. And if we notice anything that should potentially be redone, who do we address that to?
If you notice something that you would like to have the CIP team take a look at, you can reach out to myself directly, and I would contact the team from there. And we
Alrighty.
would do some investigative work.
So there won't be, will there be a schedule for how you do these different areas?
No, because it is very temperature and weather dependent, but as always, we'll have our no parking signs put up about 72 hours before the work because we can't do the work if the vehicles are over the cracks. So folks know that they're coming once those no parking signs go up. But generally, those are the areas we'll take care of between now and end of April.
And I saw you'll be doing door hangers also?
We do always do door hangers, yes, ma'am.
All righty. Thank you. That's all I needed.
My pleasure. Any other questions?
Councilmember Madera.
So there's no areas down south that need any crack repair?
For this particular scope of work, we're handling those areas. That's what we bid out. Not saying that other areas of the city don't need work. They certainly do. That's why we do work in-house as we can as well. And we'll have another contract for crack repair up again next year. We typically try to plan these a few years in advance so we can be bouncing around the city as much as possible.
So there's no other program coming for council for the southern part of the city?
Not for crack repair, no. Not contracted out.
Okay, and what's the reasoning behind that?
So we typically plan our CIP projects a couple of years in advance based on pavement condition index and then bid out based on those plans.
Well, in the past, we've picked multiple areas and it was pretty evenly dispersed. So I'm just curious as to why we're so heavily concentrated in one area.
Yeah, fair question. In 2024, most of our work was in the core city. So for this scope of work, we're just moving a little further north, but we do keep that in mind from year over year. Absolutely want to be as fair as possible.
What was the scope of work in 2024?
I'd have to pull it back up, but we did a lot of work around the Eagle Point Rec Center under this contract in 2024.
Okay, I'm just curious.
Not
as
under this
to-
contract, but under the program, excuse me.
To see in a comparison of, the number of cracks sealed the prior year versus this year, and, just making sure that we're being evenly distributed in how we handle this.
Absolutely, and I will say that on average, it's about 600 to 700 cracks every year since we have the same money year over year.
Thank you.
City Manager
Absolutely.
Rogers?
Thank you, Mayor. To Councilmember Madeire's question or line of question, I do just want to remind council, obviously, you do have a contract before you tonight. However, that does not preempt or limit your ability of wanting to entertain additional future contracts, which we would have to go through our procurement process if there was a desire to expend funds for crack repairs more broadly than what is the current scope, so if within the core area. So even though you have this before you tonight, in short, it does not limit you from wanting to entertain additional work that we would have to go through our procurement process. And then the appropriation of those dollars in like kind, if there was a desire to also, like I said, broaden the use of that from the current scope of work. So.
Any other council members have questions before I go to second round? Thank you. I had a question. This would be for the first contract in additional work for asphalt on Telluride Street and Sedalia Circle. There are cracks that go across the entire portion of the street that did not get taken care of in this last go-around. And those were additional ones that I had sent in earlier this year. And I know it was stated that you're going to come back to see about any other scope of work. If there's any more money to be allocated, we'll come back to council to see if we need to appropriate more money in order to take care of that. These cracks are so wide you can stick your foot in.
Yeah, I'm sorry, can you give me those streets one more time, sir?
Sure, Telluride and Sedalia.
Yeah, so that's area 2.
Okay.
Over here, so I don't know exactly which crack you're referring to, but we do have our in-house crack repair team out and about. I think the residents have seen them out the last couple weeks. They're still doing some work, plus this contract is for that particular area.
All right, this is one of those where they would have to do like a 3-foot wide cut into the asphalt, remove it, and then fill it in. And usually it's done by the contractor. I'm not sure if does the city do that as
No,
well?
the city wouldn't do that work. That would be part of a contracted crack repair
Yeah.
program.
This would not help with that area? Because if any kind of massive or fill-in would just exacerbate the
So-
situation.
That area that you're describing is a part of this scope of work. Now,
Okay,
if that particular crack is the one that's been flagged, I don't know since we have over 600 of them, but those two
All right.
streets that you mentioned are part of segment 2 for this particular contract.
okay, thank you. And then earlier, this was brought up, it was told that there was a list. So in the future, it'd be nice to have a list of the streets they're going to work on. That way, if they're already going to be taking care of it, you don't have to present it to it tonight, but if there is a list that we could look at, because we do have inquiries throughout that section when someone sees something, right?
Yeah, so those 6 areas that I mentioned earlier, we will absolutely make sure those are posted online, but those 6 segments that we just highlighted will be under this scope.
Okay, appreciate that.
Of course.
Okay, second round, Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you very much. And I did want to address Councilmember Madeire's concerns, is that during the budget discussions, we moved an extra, well, I don't know if you'd call it extra, we moved $2 million into Public Works to help with deferred maintenance to speed this process up so we don't have to wait as long for all of this to be repaired. So in theory, there should be money to be able to do it.
Councilmember Madeira?
Yeah, that was my motion, so I'm well aware. But it's also coming up in a public hearing, so we won't address until then.
Thank you. All right, seeing no more, I need a motion and second to approve Resolution 2025-144. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
So moved.
Councilmember Teeter?
Second the motion.
Okay. All right. The motion on the floor is to approve Resolution 2025-144.
Resolution 2025-144, a resolution authorizing award of a contract for asphalt crack repair to Chavez Construction Incorporated. Your vote is open. Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, that passed unanimously. Okay, on to the second resolution, Mayor Pro Tem Noble, number 2025-163.
Yes, thank you very much. This is for Director Hahn also.
Hello again.
Hello again. This is for an award of a contract for emergency streetlight repair and wire replacement on Highway 2
Yes.
from 72nd to 112th, which is great. And I just heard from someone again over the weekend who was concerned about the lighting. But I noticed as I was coming in that there are 4 lights out on Quebec between Highway 2 and 72nd, and 1 light out between 72nd and High Plains Parkways. or Plains. Streetlights. So is that, do we need a new contract then for those lights to be taken care of as well?
On Quebec specifically. So this contract is unique because of the extent of the repairs, and because they're owned and maintained by Commerce City. The vast majority of the lights in our city are actually still maintained by our utility providers. And this year we did launch a streetlight maintenance program where we send staff out at night and drive the entire city and flag streetlights that are dark, and then we report those to our utility providers. We did report quite a large amount just a couple of months ago, so those lights are still being worked on by Xcel and United Power, and then we're sending the teams back out, it's either this week or next week, to see which ones are still dark or have gone dark again. So if you notice lights like that, we would always love to see it in our Access C3 system, because then we can let folks, the proper entity know, even if it says sooner rather than later. But for those little one-off repairs, we don't need a major contract. The city in particular does have a master service agreement with someone who can do smaller scale work. And the only reason we have it for Highway 2 is because of the scale of the problem.
Is there a map that shows who has authority over certain sections when it comes to streetlights?
It's in our cartograph system, so it's not, there are just so many of them, it'd be very difficult.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah,
Really
absolutely.
appreciate
But
it, Director Hahn.
Any time there are dark streetlights, please let us know through Access C3.
All righty, thank you very kindly.
Absolutely, thank you.
Councilmember Kim.
Yeah, Director Hahn, I just want to say thank you for mentioning that, because I remember, like, even today on Unity Parkway, got a several messages about how dark it is out there, and I believe you had mentioned a potential photometric study that could be done, because there's plans for in the future with regards to, I guess you plan on having some form of policy or draft it kind of up front to be able to move forward with or execute on. I don't know if you want to elaborate on that at all, or is it not in?
Yeah, so I mean, residents are always welcome to also utilize the Access C3 system to report areas of concern where there's inadequate lighting, and we then reach out to a contractor and conduct a photometric study. And as a part of the CIP process this year, which will be included in the budget discussion later tonight, you all are considering an annual streetlight maintenance program that would help to install new streetlights when those photometric studies come back saying that the lighting's inadequate.
Absolutely.
And we are working on developing a policy around that, yes.
Awesome. Well, great. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Councilmember Teeter.
Yeah, while we're talking about streetlights, would it be possible when you're going out to repair these streetlights to come up with a numbering system to where each streetlight has its own number, so that when it goes out, again, would be able to report it and get the correct streetlight back to council?
Yeah, so they all do already have numbers, whether that's a numbering system through Xcel or United Power. They are all in our system in our cartograph wayfinding, so we can just ping the poles and tell Xcel or United Power which number it is. But as far as residents wanting to report, just a general location is good enough, because if it's dark, we will be able to see it.
Well, the last time I was out trying to report them on Highway 2, I couldn't find any. Well, some of them had numbers, but they were They looked like they was from the last person they bought the streetlight from. But most of them did, I don't know, where are the numbers at on them?
We have them logged in our electronic database.
Oh, but so the
But for
public.
you reporting, you could just let us know generally where along Highway 2, and we'd be able to figure that out.
That's the problem. Sometimes there's like 3 or 4 in a general area, and it's kind of tough to, if we just had a number on the pole, it would make it a lot simpler.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, if you know what the number is on your electronic device, it'd be nice if you could put it on the pole so that it could be reported. Just saying.
Yeah, we will keep that in mind for our city-owned lights, yes.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. I just had a question on access. When you're trying to enter something in and you don't have an exact address, how can you submit something like that? Because they want an exact address, and it's like, I've tried to put it in cross streets and things like that, and it doesn't work.
I would say give us the closest address that you can and describe the incident, and we will go from there. I'm
So just
personally not
make
the
up an
expert
address?
in entering.
Yeah, because you have to make something up if you don't know what it is. You're trying to.
You can also give our Public Works front desk a call at any time, and they're happy
Great.
to help input
Okay.
Public
Thank you.
Works related items in on your behalf, and then still make sure the updates go back to you.
They could probably find an address that would be suitable then, or help me.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
All right, just had one more question for you, Director Hahn. This scope of work that's on this action for replacement or on the rewiring, what's the timeline on that? Is it 6 months, 9 months?
No, we'd be getting it done within a couple of weeks once
Okay.
we start the work.
All right. Oh, no, I'm saying start the work. I'm saying finish. Sorry.
Yeah, it's going to be a very quick process once we're actually out there.
Okay. And this will take care of all lights on Highway 2?
All the lights that are currently dark, yes.
Okay. All right. Appreciate that. All right. Need a motion and a second to approve Resolution 2025-163. Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
So moved?
Councilmember Teeter.
Second the motion.
Okay. The resolution on 2025-163, I ask the clerk to read the title and take a roll call vote.
Resolution 2025-163, a resolution ratifying and approving the award of a contract for emergency streetlight repair and wire replacement along Highway 2 between 72nd Avenue and 112th Avenue to Morton Electric Incorporated. Your vote is open. Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, that passed unanimously. Thank you. And I had resolution number 2025-139, and this is for Director Hahn as well. Thank you. This has to do with the sidewalk improvement project for awarded to Gold Star Concrete. And earlier this year, brought this up with the city council about sidewalk connections for senior people who are seniors and having financial issues, but that was taken care of because we opened up the territory from just the from the south, it opened up citywide so they could take advantage of that program currently going on to the ARPA or one of those programs. But this is something that deals with 50-50 program, where the homeowner will be responsible for 50% and the city will be responsible for 50%. Now this, I know, I didn't see that in this contract here, but would this help with any contracts or scope of work with any sidewalk that's due in the process now for many homeowners who have initially submitted for help?
Yeah, great question. So this is a separate project that's being funded through CDBG and ARPA dollars, separate from the sidewalk repair program that council is creating in the budget process. So different scope.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thanks for the explanation.
My pleasure.
Clarification. All right. Any other council members? Okay, seeing none, make a motion to approve resolution number 2025-139. Councilmember Teeter.
I move for approval as submitted.
Councilmember Kim.
Second.
Okay, the motion on the floor, the resolution is to approve number 2025-139. Ask the city clerk to take a roll call vote. Oh, sorry, read the title, take a roll call vote.
Resolution 2025-139, a resolution authorizing award of a contract for Core City Sidewalk Improvement Project to Gold Star Concrete Incorporated. Your vote is open. Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor,
Okay, that passed unanimously. Thank you. All right, on to public hearing. Resolution 2025-053, 2026 Commerce City Budget. Tonight's hearing is to continue from October 20th, 2025. We'll now reopen the public hearing. We'll ask the clerk to recognize those who have testified. Oh, sorry. First, open up the meeting, open up the public hearing. Sorry about that. We'll ask the clerk to recognize those signed up to testify.
Keith Rogers is signed up. Keith, if you want to come up to the podium, you'll have 3 minutes for your comment.
Well, you all know who I am, what I'm about, and your budget doesn't mean crap to me because you put it where we can't use it, or you put it towards the wrong stuff. We still need Colorado Boulevard fixed. We still need where they took the tracks out on Colorado Boulevard fixed because they're just as bad as the tracks were. We're still getting the noise. We're still getting the rattles from the trucks and the buses going across that. If you're gonna do a budget, let's get police department, let's get road repairs. That's the main things we need right now. Because nothing, absolutely nothing is getting done. And it needs to be done. This part of Commerce City funded the north part of Commerce City. We need stuff fixed here as bad as you need stuff fixed up there. Nobody's gonna move to Commerce City until we get budget fixed to fix our roads, fix our medians, fix our sidewalks. The crap that they put in on Colorado Boulevard on the north end, it's all pitted up because they didn't do their job right. We need people to follow up on these people. RTD did a crap job. The people that did the concrete on Colorado Boulevard did a crap job because they didn't seal their stuff. Now, when they do deliveries down there, everybody has to park on the dang sidewalk because there's no place to park. Because you had to have 3 feet wide frickin' sidewalks. Let's get our budget together, spend it where it needs to be spent.
Thank you.
That was the only person signed up.
All right. Okay, do any council members have questions for staff? I had a question on the budget. Does this budget include the 50/50 program for the concrete work for 2026?
Yes, Mayor, it does. We added funds to the 1A projects and the capital improvement program to cover that program.
Okay. And what do we have left over unfunded mandate as far as, not unfunded mandate, unfunded funds in general fund?
As far as unspent funds?
Unspent funds, yes.
For the general fund unassigned, it was between 24 and 25 million.
About 25 million?
Yeah, between 24 and 5.
I know we talked about it last week about improvements on Colorado, and then we didn't have the funds at the time to go forward. Is there money in the budget to do any kind of scope of work for Colorado Boulevard?
So if my recollection from last Monday, Mayor, there was no budgeted funds for design work and/or construction. The consensus that my staff and I took away from that was to have it be a part of our CIP deliberations for what would be the 27 to 2031 calendar years as far as that 5-year program, and then to bring those results as it is then evaluated against other roadway projects, drainage projects, and the like, and park projects for your consideration that would be adopted as part of the 2027 budget.
All right. And I know there was also a but identified that Colorado Boulevard down to Vasquez be roughly about $9 million, just a guesstimate, but that's not really an accurate amount.
That is correct. An estimated amount of around $9 million for design plus construction activities.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Douglas.
So I can't pull up documents on this, but in the last hearing, we talked about or I brought it up, the 16.3 that is pre-allocated and listed in the budget. I know that's coming up for a second reading vote tonight. So if that passes, then is that automatically going to the police substation in the north?
Yes, ma'am. That was a separate budget amendment that council is in the middle of acting on. It is on second reading tonight. Once passed, that would be transferred to the CIP for the police substation project. That is not included within the 2026 budget. It's a separate ordinance measure.
So in voting yes on this, then that would automatically allocate that money to that project. After hearing what I heard last Monday night about Colorado Boulevard, I just can't believe that we are allocating money in this manner. There's $25 million that's been set aside for that substation, and to add another 16.3 when we know that people have been living with flooded backyards because of the drainage problem on Colorado Boulevard for years, that we have allowed industry to come in basically and take over a neighborhood who pays good taxes to use that road, and to see that we're doing things backwards to me. I cannot vote for this budget as it is. It needs to be reevaluated. We need to look at where the money really, really needs to go and quit kowtowing to pressure from wherever it's coming from to put money into unnecessary projects.
Councilmember Douglas, if I may have misunderstood you, but I wanted to try to correct it if I did misunderstand. You voting to approve the 2026 budget does not approve the 16.3 million. That is a separate ordinance measure, so approval of the 26.
Yes, I understand that,
Okay.
but it's included.
It is
It's
not included in the
this.
20. It is not.
It's listed. I just asked, and you said it was still listed. I saw it last 2 weeks ago.
So, ma'am, what you saw on the slide 2 weeks ago showed a breakout of what would be pulled from the unassigned general fund balance within calendar year 2025.
With the intent to put it towards the police substation, correct?
But the budget appropriation for the substation is a separate instrument from the budget. The
I
budget
understand that. I understand that. I'm just saying why I can't approve this budget. And I did it on the first reading, thinking that, okay, that money's going to come up again on second reading. But it's included in the budget. And so because of that, and I know the budget's going to pass because everybody else up here is going to vote for it. But I cannot. Thank you.
Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you, Mayor. So my understanding is that this budget approval does not include other separate budgets in terms of, or separate allocation of the $16 million for the police substation, because we're going to vote on that later. If that does pass, then that would be a part of the budget. But at this moment in this approval, this is not included in it. Is that correct? Is that correct? The other thing that I heard tonight is that as far as Colorado Boulevard is that we are going to look at the full cost of Colorado Boulevard as a part of our CIP, which is the same process we have had over the past year with CIP projects. And so I think we'll want to stick true to that project, stick true to that conversation so that we know the full cost for correct improvements for Colorado Boulevard. It's unfortunate that this wasn't brought up a year ago when we started the CIP piece, but we can make sure we rectify that and get a conversation started with this next round. With that, I want to make it a formal motion to approve resolution. I want to make a motion to approve resolution 2025.
Councilmember Dukes, we're in a public hearing. You would have to close the public hearing for you to take a vote.
You're correct. Sorry about that, sir.
Any more, Councilmember Dukes?
No.
Okay, thank
My
you.
apologies.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you. I'd best, under these circumstances, confirm that $2 million was allocated to Public Works for other projects, for other maintenance projects. That was a discussion that we had during one of these budget hearings. Did that occur, or is that somewhere?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, that
Okay.
$2 million was included as an allocation to the 1A maintenance projects within the capital improvement fund for capital expenditures in the 1A category of maintenance projects. That full $2 million is indeed included. And staff made $1 million worth of reductions to help offset that. If you'll recall, we itemized a number of those that were presented to council at a previous meeting, but that $2 million is intact.
Thank you very much. Then, looking back at the police station transfer, I think substation is a misnomer, and looking back on the presentation from January of 2024, it was referred to as a police station, actually. What the general fund balance status simply says is that at the moment, we don't have $16.3 million for any other purpose because it's already been allocated through a vote to the police substation, correct?
Yes, that is in the middle of going through the council process. It'll be on second reading later tonight. On the fund balance slide, that colorful slide that shows how fund balance is allocated, we do list ordinances that are in action in the current year as a way to try and proactively show the spend down of general fund unassigned fund balance to help inform the budget process. Those items are not included in the 2026 budget, but that information is presented as a way to try and convey current and planned uses that are in action of fund balance. So we did list that $16.3 million ordinance because it was in flight, but that won't be approved until council acts on it tonight if it should pass. But does that make sense?
Yes,
Okay,
it does. Thank you,
perfect.
Director.
Thank you.
So we will be voting on the police station
Yes.
later on second reading.
Yes, and that $16.3 million is not in the 26 budget. That is a 25 budget amendment measure.
Right. All righty. Thank you.
Okay, any other council members have questions for staff? All right, I need a motion second to adopt resolution 2025-053.
You gotta close public hearing
Oh,
first.
sorry. My bad, it's not on the script. All right, I will now close the public hearing. I need a motion and second to adopt resolution 2025-053. Councilmember Kim,
So moved.
Councilmember Teeter,
Second the motion.
is there any discussion? The motion on the floor is to adopt resolution 2025-053. We'll ask the clerk to take a roll call vote.
Resolution 2025-053, a resolution adopting the budget for the City of Commerce City, Colorado for the year 2026 and providing for the 2025 Commerce City tax levy. Your vote is open. Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, that passes 8-1. All right, we're going to recess to the GIDI URA. But before we reset, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Say aye.
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 Commissioner Machuga?
Aye.
Okay. Commissioner Chacon?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. All right, that passes 11 to 1. Okay. Approval of minutes. In the motion, second to approve the minutes. Commissioner Kim?
So moved.
Commissioner Teeter?
Second the motion.
Okay. Motion on the floor is to approve the minutes. All those in favor say aye.
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 Thank you. That passes 11 to 1. Okay, public hearing. Tonight's public hearing is continued from October 20th, 2025. I will now open the public hearing. Are there any questions for staff? Any questions online? No? We'll ask the secretary to recognize those who signed up to testify.
There is nobody signed up to speak.
All right, thank you. We'll now close the public hearing. I need a motion and a second to adopt Resolution URA 2025-004. Commissioner Kim?
So moved.
Commissioner Teeter?
Second the motion.
Okay, any discussion? Motion on the floor to adopt Resolution URA 2025-004. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed say nay. It passes 11 to 1. Okay, the time is 7:39. Seeing no further business, we are adjourned from this one. Thank you for URA commissioners who were online tonight. We are done with that business. Okay, I call the CAGID meeting to order and ask the secretary to roll call, please.
Chair Douglas,
Present.
Vice Chair Noble,
Present.
Board Member Madeira,
Present.
Board Member Teeter,
Present.
Board Member Chacon,
Present.
Board Member Kim, Board Member Dukes,
Present.
Board Member Ford,
Here.
Board Member Douglas.
Present.
You have a quorum?
Okay, thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Okay, that motion passes. All right. Approve of the minutes. I need a motion in a second to approve the minutes. Councilmember Kim.
So moved.
Councilmember Ford. Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion passes unanimously. All right. On to public hearing. Tonight's public hearing is continued from October 20th, 2025. I will now reopen the public hearing. Are there any questions for staff on the CAGID 2026 budget? Seeing no, I will ask Secretary to recognize those who signed up to testify.
There is nobody signed up for public comment.
Okay, thank you. I will now close the public hearing on the CAGID 2025-001-2026 CAGID budget. Need a motion and a second to adopt resolution CAGID 2025-001. Councilmember Kim?
So moved.
Councilmember Teeter?
Second the motion.
Any discussion? The motion on the floor is to adopt resolution CAGID 2025-001. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Passed unanimously. All right, it is 7:42. Seeing no further business, we are adjourned from that one. Okay, I call to order RAGID meeting to order and ask the secretary to call a roll.
Chair Douglas,
Present.
Vice Chair Noble,
Present.
Board Member Madeira,
Present.
Board Member Teeter,
Present.
Board Member Chacon,
Present.
Board Member Kim. Here. Board Member Dukes. Board Member Ford.
Here.
Board Member Douglas.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. I need a motion second to approve the minutes. Councilmember Kim,
So moved.
Councilmember Teeter.
Second the motion.
Okay, the motion on the floor is to approve the minutes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Okay, public hearing. Resolution ERAGID 2024-001-2026 ERAGID budget. Tonight's public hearing is continued from October 20th, 2025. We'll now reopen the public hearing. Are there any questions for staff? We'll ask the secretary to recognize those who signed up to testify.
There is no one signed up for public comment.
Okay, thank you. I will now close the public hearing on the resolution ERAGID 2025-001, 2026 ERAGID budget. Need a motion and a second to adopt resolution ERAGID 2025-001. Councilmember Kim.
So moved.
Councilmember Ford. All those in favor, any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Okay, it is, seeing no further business, we are adjourned. It's 7:44. All right, I will call the NIGID meeting to order and ask the secretary for a roll call vote.
Chair Douglas.
Present.
Vice Chair Noble.
Present.
Board Member Madeira.
Present.
Board Member Teeter.
Present.
Board Member Chacon.
Present.
Board Member Kim.
Here.
Board Member Dukes.
Here.
Board Member Ford.
Here.
Board Member Douglas.
Present.
You have a quorum.
I need a motion and a second to approve the minutes. Councilmember Ford.
So move.
Councilmember Kim.
Second.
Motion on the floor is to approve the minutes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Passed unanimously. Okay, on the public hearings, resolution NIGID 2025-001-2026 NIGID budget. Tonight's public hearing is continued from October 20, 2025. We'll now reopen the public hearing. Are there any questions for staff? I will ask the secretary to recognize those signed up to testify.
There's nobody signed up.
Okay, thank you. I will close resolution 2025 GID 2025-001-2026 NIGID budget. I need a motion and second to approve resolution NIGDID 2025-001. Mayor Pro Tem Noble. Let you push button, sorry. Councilmember Kim.
So moved.
Councilmember Ford.
Second.
Okay. The motion on the floor is to adopt resolution NIGID 2025-001. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Okay, the time, seeing no further business, we are adjourned. It's 7:46. All right, 7:46. We'll now call the regular meeting back to order. Ordinance on second reading. Ordinance 2723, Public Police Substation. This ordinance was not approved unanimously and was therefore not placed on the consent agenda. Do any council members have questions for staff? I repeat, any council members have questions for staff on ordinance 2723, Police Substation? I had a question. Would this be the time to make suggestions for a different amount?
That would be an appropriate discussion by this council. I would say there's a couple of paths forward here, Mayor, right? You all could take action to either approve as presented, deny as presented, or have a discussion in which if you all came to an agreement to adjust the ordinance amounts, I would then recommend that you then continue that matter for an ordinance to be updated to reflect those changes. So that's how I would see it as the cleanest way for you all to proceed in one of those three fashions, Mayor.
Okay. So I could entertain a motion to look at change the amount of, from $16,753 or $1,000 in change to,
Is that a question of me, Mayor, or is that to the
is
body?
is that something a motion can be made tonight? I know you just explained it, but is that
Yes,
something?
Mayor. That is a motion that you could make tonight.
Okay. All right. Well, I'd like to make a motion to change the amount from the previous $16,753,000. Make a motion to approve $6,500,000 and, I'm trying to think of what the exact amount is. I apologize. Let me get the correct amount, sorry.
Does that motion fail?
My apologies. The motion on the floor looking to change the amount from $16,300,000 on the unencumbered fund balance to $6,300,000. That's my motion. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
I'll second for discussion.
Okay. All right. Discussion? Councilmember Madera?
I was in the queue to make a motion, but since I'm already here, I will not be supporting this. Again, every day people come talking about what are the priorities, roads, and public safety, and this accomplishes none of those. So by voting yes on reducing the amount of funding for public safety, you're voting to keep things the same, which that is not what is needed in the community right now. So I will not be supported.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you, Mayor. Could you briefly explain the reduction of $10 million?
Yes. Right now, there's like a little bit over $21 million appropriated. This would get it to about 27 million and change. And the fact that it was authorized by the previous council for 25 to 30,000 square foot facility, that amount should cover that square footage.
Okay. And I would also like to point out that in a presentation that was made to the city council, for those of us who are present, what will be kept at the Civic Center and removed from the substation in the north, so this is kept at the Civic Center in the south, will be the court, radio support and records, bulk evidence storage, DNA storage, cash, narcotics, weapons, cash vault, school resource officers, community service officers, traffic unit, K-9 unit, and animal control. There aren't any regular police that would remain in the south. And I think that seems, I think that we need more discussion about that because the hot spots when it comes to crime are in the south, and we are moving the police to the north. So I appreciate your motion, at least reducing it, but I am concerned about the priorities, just as was earlier mentioned, because we're not going to have the same police coverage in the south that we currently do.
Thank you. City Attorney Zarzaki?
Yes, Mayor, I just wanted to clarify for council that under section 5.3F of the city charter, you can amend an ordinance between first and second reading. If you were to do so, there are some parameters. I think you fall within those parameters here. I just want to read this to you so that you're all informed of what that language says. An ordinance may be amended after first reading and passage and before final passage on second reading, provided the said amendment or amendments do not change the general purpose of the ordinance. The text of any such amendment or amendments shall be read in full. So if you were to move forward and council were to approve the amendment changing this amount, just to be clear, clerk's office would need to read that in full. Just want to make sure everyone is prepared for that if that's where we're headed. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that clarification. City Manager Rogers?
I heard a couple of statements, and I think it's important for the community to understand we will have officers both in the core city and in the Northern Range. And as I have stated in the past, the contract for design does not show an approval of 25 to 30,000. What was presented to you all was an estimate, and that is presented throughout all relevant public documents to the body. So just making it very clear, more purposefully, that there will be representation in our core city as well as in our Northern Range.
Councilmember Dukes?
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks for putting together a proposal to address some of the challenges in terms of cost. My understanding throughout this process is that I think City Manager Rogers actually articulated that well, that this was an estimate and this was a conversation that we've had over study sessions, over first and second reading, but we also have had this over multiple years around the conversation around this substation. In addition to that, we looked at data provided by our police chief to say that this is what is needed for our city to have a police substation up north, not a police stop shop in a strip mall, but an actual functional substation. And I want to hold true to what we've heard over a countless amount of data and amount of hours and conversations that we've had. While the number you provided, I understand it's a reduction in 10 million, but how we got there, there's no solid data or evidence to show that this is the right amount. If we continue to go down a path, the nickel and dime in our police, in our substation, we may create a future issue that we don't have the adequate space, adequate equipment, adequate protection for our residents across our city. This is something I do not take lightly. I think it's important that we have it across our city because all residents deserve adequate police services across every part of our city. And just to echo what I heard City Manager say, and I want to say this so I got this correctly, that even with this substation that's going to be adequately funded to have the things that has been detailed in one of our study sessions, this will hold and this will have police officers in the north and in the south based on what we've discussed. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
And so I understand there is a concern about things that are not being a part of both parts of the city. However, what I heard from City Manager Rogers is echoes what I heard in our substation or in our committees, our study sessions. It's the same conversation I heard when we had the data, when you shared that earlier around what's to be expected. And so with that, I won't be able to support a $10 million reduction in our police efforts to provide safety and support to our Northern Range. which would actually help our southern part of our city with response times. So I can't support a $10 million reduction.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to address this to City Manager Rogers. City Manager Rogers, this is a slide from a presentation. I was reading from a slide from a presentation that was given to the City Council. Has c3gov.com on the bottom in our logo. And this is what said will be kept at the Civic Center and removed from the substation. But it doesn't say anything about having a police presence located in the south at the Civic Center where they currently are.
So I think what you're representing is obviously staff that's outside of the police department, but also non-sworn civilian staff. I would think inherently that there would be coverage provided in both facilities, given that this is still identified as the headquarters for our police department. However, we would have a substation which would act as a satellite. Once again, at that time of the presentation, that was to you all of those were estimates.
This is another slide that was presented to us. Central location in the Northern Range, the property at 104th and Potomac is ideal for a police station. Fully functional station. I think that perhaps it would be useful to have another presentation before we approve this so that we all have clarity around what's exactly is happening here. I think that would be very useful. Because what I've heard from residents is that they don't want to see that kind of investment, that they see all of the needs that we have discussed here this evening and would like to have the city operate in such a fashion that we can meet more needs rather than put all of our money into this police station or substation or whatever it is to be called.
Thank you. And also just wanted to highlight too that this previous study session before this was brought forward for this additional amount, at that time, it was done by consensus that the council wanted to phase this in. And that also could be something that we go to their current administration and ask for additional funds, just like we have for our roads, bridges, for money for a substation, because this current administration, it seems like they're eager to allocate money and funds for public safety.
And point of information, City Manager Rogers, what I heard is this was by consensus that was a phase-in approach to move forward, and that's not my understanding. My understanding was that we had a study session about this police substation, and then during the study session, there was a conversation about is phasing a possibility. It wasn't a formal action. Is that sort of point of information? Can you explain the study session about the phasing?
So at that study session, what was outlined was the roles and responsibility that are subject to my authority and to my guidance, and under that charter provision, design of construction and or architectural services, which this was a contract for, in the design of that, was for me to ensure as part of my responsibilities to ensure that I am presenting and providing what is necessary for the efficient and effective operations of the organization, as well as out into the community. We had presented that information and that dollar amount and the changes that had occurred from that estimate. That was a rescoping. I'm going into more details because in that meeting, we also gave background as to the number and to the extent and the context of discussions that had been held to that point in time. The conversation around phasing, once again, was to have me take into consideration a phasing approach for the facility. At the very next meeting, a regular meeting, under a administrative council business, a motion was made for an ordinance to be crafted.
without the phasing. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, City Manager. It's just disturbing how we can have study sessions with consensus, but then when a consensus is directed, or not directed, but made at a study session, just same way we have in the past, because that's what study sessions are for, to get the consensus of council, so you know which way to move forward. And it happens at all of our study sessions.
Point of
So,
information.
Hold on, no. So for this, what was brought up, and I go back to Resolution 2024-001, what was approved by previous council and brought forward to this council it just states here as far as you coming up with suggestions as far as, a motion to approve resolution authorizing the city manager to negotiate a contract with D2C Architects for the architectural and engineering professional service for the design of the police station substation located at the northeast corner of 104th Avenue, Potomac Street. Nothing in this gives you the authority to go above 20 to 30,000 square feet. And that was approved by council.
Effectively, sir, no, the resolution and the contract was for a dollar amount, not to exceed. There was no reference within the contract. That was also shared and raised with you during the study session. Now, once again, as we talked about charter roles and discipline, when it comes to contractual management and architectural services, that falls within the scope of my services authority and responsibilities. The policy question and the guidance is one that's been sought as to public safety. Now, you all asked for me and has been qualified and shared with you all in a study session summary that was provided to you with respect to review of the phasing and how that was discussed. But it ultimately became a moot point, even for my future consideration, given that you have an ordinance that was brought by one of your colleagues seeking for the full dollar amount of the funding, or the 16.3 that would get us substantively to being able to start and continue that project while we continue to appropriate on it over the next calendar year, as well as into the 27 budget for the full design of that facility.
And point of information, City Attorney, for point of information in terms of what trumps study sessions? Do we have formal action of study session, or is it formal action at the dais when we have a vote?
There's no formal action made in any study session.
It's City Attorney Brzezicki, when we're in study session and there's a consensus, that is sort of a roundabout direction, because it comes through as this is what the council sees on this subject, and for the staff to take those considerations and go forward.
There is no formal action that can be made in a study session. So it's very different than a regular meeting or a special meeting.
Right.
You don't vote.
No, we don't vote, but it's just a
apply.
recommendation, because we get a consensus at those study sessions. We've done that when it's appropriate. There are certain suggestions on the study session guidelines.
A formal action is not allowed in a study session, and that's the question that was asked. And
Right.
And
No, I'm not asking
point
for-
information.
I'm not-
Yeah.
Excuse me, Councilmember Dukes. I'm not asking.
I understand the question, which is what authority does consensus is provided in a study session? I'm saying that it is very different than a formal action that is made in a regular meeting.
Okay.
And in point of
All
information,
right, so
City
going
Attorney.
forward then,
I put a point of
going forward then, we have study sessions, we need to make sure it's clear if there's any kind of summary on there that that the staff is asking us which direction we want or what we proposed, we got to make sure that is outlined and guided to make sure there's no misunderstanding.
I would agree with that, absolutely, and you would bring that forward to a regular meeting or a special meeting, absolutely, for
Okay,
formal
so I
action.
appreciate that, thank you.
And in point of information around voting from the dais in a regular business meeting, City Manager Rogers, we made a formal vote to move forward with the $16.3 million. Even though we heard all the, I guess the point of information is, can you share or provide information about, was there a formal vote made to allocate the 16, or to move forward with the $16.3 million, or $16,300,000 to move forward with the police substation? Was there a formal vote made on that?
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. So I do remember that study session, and I do remember that the consensus was to phase in. I remember the mayor going around the table and asking everybody. My point is, what is the point in having study sessions and taking consensus if it's going to be changed? And what is the point in having a council if there is going to be decisions made that don't go in the direction that the council directed? I don't understand this. We are a council, and the city manager works for the council. And so everything should be at the direction of the council as a body. And yes, we don't take formal action at study sessions, but we give direction. And so when that direction is not taken, that shows a total disregard for what the council is. We are a governing body that is elected by the people to represent the people, to deliver to the people what we promised. And that is to provide public welfare and to watch out for their safety and to spend their dollars the right way. And that hasn't been happening. So, I mean, this discussion tonight and some of the answers that I'm hearing as to reasons why things have changed and why things have not moved forward, to me is not acceptable. It's not. I just don't know why this project hasn't moved forward. We allocated enough money for this. The land was purchased a while back at a premium price, at a premium market price. There was plenty of money for this project to move forward. It should have moved forward by now, but it hasn't, because it has grown out of proportion as far as square footage is concerned. And then this phenomenal amount of money that's being asked for, in addition to what was initially allocated, when it could be used for other things that are vital for the quality of people's lives, just basics, just basics. So yes, we can provide adequate public safety with what we have allocated already, and I don't know why we just keep pushing to add extra money. This does not make sense to me.
Councilmember Madera.
So all these complaints that I'm hearing are because we couldn't do this in the back room, why can't things get done? We're here for a formal vote today. It's on the agenda and noticed. So we just need to call the vote already and put it on the record. And I would argue that safety is the most basic necessity for our community. Without safety, you have nothing. And as we've heard every single council meeting, public safety is inadequate in our city currently. And, you know, I heard some misnomers of, well, there's going to be no police in the South. You know, no one believes that. That is completely and utterly false. They might not be sitting at a desk here, but the real police work is done on the streets. And I have complete faith, and I'll just go ahead and ask the question. Will this increase public safety in the city if we approve the 16.3 million as the ordinance is written, and how?
This is a step in the right direction to increasing public safety. This will give us a location, as noted, and it still holds true, that will allow for us to effectively increase our response times to calls in the Northern Range. It will also allow for us to have the provisions of certain services that will be able to connect up to the Adams County Sheriff's Jail. That will reduce the time that will require us to get back on scene to respond to calls. So yes, there is a tangible outcome that will come from this. It will also allow for us to effectively be able to hire, or when we hire, the existing 57 positions that are currently vacant, for them to actually have somewhere to be
How long
located.
have we been understaffed?
I think we will always be understaffed as we grow as a city. So right now,
Well, I mean, in terms of vacant positions.
we've been understaffed since I have stepped into any role here at the City of Commerce City. And
And
that's been 2019.
is the need for space one of the reasons that we're understaffed?
It is one of the contributing factors and needs for why we are also understaffed.
Even if we had 57 people that wanted to sign up tomorrow, would we be able to hire them all?
We'd be able to hire them all. We wouldn't be able to have, they wouldn't have space to be able to operate within.
Right, so it's, basically overcrowding we're limited the space that we have, given the growth that we had.
And to that point, sir, just as a reminder, it is one of the, not the only, but when we have shifted the Community Development Department over to the Adams Tower building, that was to allow for expansion of the police department and some other departments as they continue to grow in response and in support globally and universally throughout the city. And as we presented in a follow-up meeting, I believe in July, August timeframe around the police substation, even with that expansion, it still only leaves us with one vacant office to be able to accommodate any new growth within PD.
So we've already taken, some outside of the box thinking and tried to shift things around to accommodate, the increased headcount and getting, more police in the city. But we're kind of, we're out of options within the city, right?
That is correct.
So, I mean, this, to me, really is just a no-brainer. You either support public safety or you don't. You think that there's other priorities that outweigh the need for public safety in the city. And, the same reason nothing else has gotten done in the city is the same reason this hasn't gotten done. The can keeps getting kicked down the road, and, make changes and, try to get to perfect. We can't let perfect get in the way of progress.
Councilmember Chacon, thank you.
It's really concerning just to hear this conversation of you either support a police state or you don't. I believe that we already allocated 25 million. There's been no progress with that. It has been absolutely disingenuous that it was supposed to be a certain square footage. We did have at least a consensus on that. That's what that study session was for. I was there too. Not every council member that's sitting right now was there. And it's really concerning that every time that we're okay with, yes, supporting public safety, but not an entire police station, because it was always billed as a substation, it's turned into, again, disingenuously pushed through administrative business by another council member for 16.3 million at the end of the night, acting as though I was always part of it, and it wasn't. So I'm okay with public safety when it was a substation. I'm okay with public safety when it was under a square footage. I'm okay with public safety when it doesn't intervene with other taxpayer dollars. And we already allocated that specifically for what we had all agreed on. I am not okay with how disingenuous this continues to be pushed, how much it continues to push a police state right now with the 70% Latino community. There are so many other things we could be investing in our community. And it's not just always widening streets, but having other centers so that we can actually bring, if there's so much violence, bringing actual violence with community centers and community organizations and other ways that have also proven to be more effective than just a police state. So before we really look at this, we should look at ourselves, because every single time we support a military industrialized state, we end up hurting the very communities we are supposed to protect, and that's in data too. So I'd be really mindful, especially as elected officials, how much we're projecting that and how concerning that is to a community right now that is also being victimized in more ways than one from cumulative impacts from federal and state agencies.
Okay, Councilmember Ford.
Thank you. You know, I've been sitting here trying to take in some of these comments, and I think that it's really ridiculous that we're down 50 cops in this city. We're talking about a police state. It's a police substation. It was the same police substation that was brought to us. Nobody on this council is disingenuous on this issue to bring forward a police state. I'm sorry, but we're going to be down 100 cops by the time it's built. And I know every person on here was elected by the people, and some of us have opinions that others don't respect. I personally think it's a hell of a lot better money spent towards this police substation than it is towards public banking, than it is towards a whole bunch of other things that we've talked about, than it is closing drive-through restaurants because somebody's idling to get their lunch, gas stations. I've heard it all. This is about our community. And when I have police officers calling me because they're concerned about where they're going to sit down and write their reports, I'm going to stand up for the public safety of this community. Not a police state, but a public safety. I'm ready to call the question because we need to get past this.
Second.
Second.
All right, City Manager, sorry, City Attorney. Is
So
there-
Mayor, I take that as a motion to close the debate under Bob's rules. That is not a debatable motion, so it sounds like we do have a second, so we need to clarify that for the record.
Sure.
That does require a 2/3 of a quorum, and just to remind everyone, the item that is currently on before the body is the motion to amend the primary motion.
Correct. Thank you.
Point of information, if there is someone in the queue, the motion still proceeds?
That is correct.
Okay, and then among 9 of us, 2/3 would be?
6.
6, thank you.
Okay, we're ready for the vote.
Excuse me, I need to know what we're voting on.
No problem. The motion was to close the debate. So that is what you're technically voting on right now. Following that, you would be voting on the motion to amend the primary motion. That motion to amend is changing the 16.3 million to 6.3 million. So what is currently on the floor is to close the debate.
We're ready.
Your vote is open. Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes, to close the debate.
Thank you.
Okay, that passes 7 with 2 noes.
So now the clerk should call the motion to amend.
Yes.
Your vote is open. Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
No to amend.
No, this is, okay. Okay, that motion fails 2-7.
So you are now back to the primary motion, which is the original ordinance.
All right, okay. Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you very much. Someone mentioned why things don't move forward, and I came across a really brilliant piece of history. This was my 2023 candidate questionnaire. Question 9, what would you do to increase safety for both residents and businesses? Keep in mind, this was 2023. As a city council member, I joined with my colleagues to approve a new 30,000 square foot CCPD substation in North Commerce City and to add another $1 million to the CCPD budget for personnel. That was in 2023. That was 2 years ago, which was the point that was made. Why don't these things move forward? They keep coming back to us and they morph, they change sizes, and then we have another discussion and another debate. We approved it. All of us approved it. We can't lose sight of that we all approved it. No one is saying no to a police substation. We all approved buying the property at 104th of Potomac. That property has sat there for over 2 years with nothing on it. On top of it, because of all the delays, we have wound up having to spend money at 72nd in Colorado, and then to remodel the city hall itself in order to make more room for police, and then also to move to a new substation, a larger substation at Revere and 104th or by Highway 2 in the Turnberry Marketplace Shopping Center. We have all done all we can to help move the police department forward. We have heard from every police chief that recruitment is also a problem in every city, not simply because of seats or desks, but also because it's just very, very hard to recruit police officers. I want to have something done, but I don't want it to have grown exponentially without having had a conversation with the residents in the area. We have not had a way of informing them in Potomac Farms, in Turnberry, in Reunion Ridge, in North Range Village, Foxton Village. They don't know what's coming into their neighborhood, that this giant building is going to be coming on 104th of Potomac, that it's not a substation that you might imagine in your mind. It's actually scaled as a police station. So at this point, I agree to what we have agreed to previously. I do not agree to what you're asking now. So on second reading, I will again be voting no.
Thank you. Councilmember Douglas.
Yes, and I just want to clarify and make it very, very clear to everyone. This is a public meeting, so this is going to go on record. I am for public safety. I am for what we voted for before. What I'm not for is to have this keep coming back to us and growing out of proportion unnecessarily with no explanation as to why. The people don't understand why we're asking for an extra $16.3 million for this. They don't get it. They want to know where their community outreach was. That never happened. It was promised to them. None of this has been brought forward to the community. And so, yes, I'm going to be voting no on this again, and I don't know why this keeps rearing its head consistently. And this place could have been done by now. We approved it 2 years ago, could have been done. So I wanted to make it perfectly clear because there's rumors out there that I am not for public safety. That is absolutely not true. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I apologize. So this is ordinance on second reading, ordinance 2723, police substation. This ordinance was not approved unanimously. It was therefore not placed on the consent agenda. Do any council members have questions for staff? Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to approve ordinance 2723 as read or as seated here.
Councilmember Madera.
Second.
Okay, the motion is second to adopt ordinance 2723 on second and final reading. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Douglas.
Yes, I just want to say that it was said earlier that it seems like we're waiting for perfect. I think that's what's happening right now. We could have had what was needed a long time ago. This is an exercise in waiting for perfect.
Any other discussion? Councilmember Chacon. Thank you.
I think it's no surprise, but I will also be voting no. It's incredibly manipulative to be shooting for a budget that was past what we approved. Again, we've had propaganda coming out specifically for Councilmember Douglas and I that's naming that we don't care about our community safety. We already approved 25 million unanimously. We were fine with the substation. I do believe this is a manipulative nature to add way more money than was needed in that space. If it could have already been built in 2 years and it wasn't, that now does fall to operations neglecting that and actually following up on what we already approved. And I don't appreciate being manipulated to waste more tax dollars in this way when it can go, especially right now when people are losing services to more of our community's needs. So I will be voting no.
Any other discussion? I don't know how to say this, but I know during the August 18, 2025 council meeting, a motion was made by Councilmember Ford and second by Councilmember Dukes. And I was surprised at that time. It was told to me that one of the members did not live in the city at that time. So to me, this 5-4 vote is flawed. No one came to council to let them know that this council member actually sold their house and moved, and they resided in the city.
Mayor, I'm sorry, I'm not sure if you're looking at
No,
myself or the
I'm
city
not looking.
manager.
Nope.
or-
No, I'm not looking at, just putting that out there. So I will not be voting yes on this. I'm all for public safety. That is my job. That is to make sure we protect the city. But I also don't like surprises. Any other discussion? All right, we'll call for the vote.
Ordinance 2723, an ordinance amending the 2025 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by appropriating unencumbered fund balance in the general fund in the amount of $16,300,000 for use on the police substation capital construction project, including an interfund transfer from the general fund to the capital expenditures fund and authorization of the expenditure thereof. Your vote is open. Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
No.
Thank you.
Okay, that passes 5-4. All right, administrative council business. Any council members have administrative council business, have an emergency administrative council business item? Councilmember Douglas.
Yes, earlier, a constituent brought it forward that there was heavy equipment moved into a site that the zoning is questionable for that. I went to that site earlier today. The equipment is unbelievably massive. It was so heavy that when it was brought in and not towed in or put on a tow bed, which it should have been, it actually was so heavy that it made impressions in the concrete. There has been a lot of excessive moving in and out of that area, using an access that they probably shouldn't be using off the new addition that was made to Colorado Boulevard. And it needs to be looked into. There is enough industrial on that street, boulevard, whatever you want to call it. And so that needs to be looked into. I can't believe that that happened over the weekend. And I think that everyone should go out and look for themselves to see what happened there. So I'd like to have that looked into, and they are renting it out, and so the owners are renting it out. And so if it is not something that's supposed to be there, I think it should be vacated. Somehow the lease agreement that they've got has got to be nullified, especially if the zoning does not permit for heavy equipment to be moved in and out of that area. I have pictures, and but I do think that everyone should go see for themselves. So it's as you're going west on 68th and you come to the T, and then there is a road off to the south. It is in that area that's located from that entrance to the south going north. I'd like that looked into as quickly as possible.
City Manager Rogers.
Message was already shared with our community development to investigate the question that was brought up earlier this evening.
Councilmember Douglas, did you hear that?
Yes, thank you. And then, you know, I would probably look into the damage that was done when the equipment was brought in, and I think somebody should be liable for that. Or accountable, let me change that word.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Yes, thank you very much. I want to bring up the Fuels Impact Enterprise Fund. This is Bill 2023-280, so it was passed in 2023 and went into effect in 2024. As part of the Fuels Impact Reduction Grant Program, the enterprise shall annually distribute $10 million from the fund to the following political subdivisions for the improvement of hazardous mitigation corridors in the state, prioritizing uses related to safety and environmental impacts. $6,400,000 to Adams County, $2 million to the city of Aurora, $1,300,000 to El Paso County, $240,000 to Mesa County, and $60,000 to Otero County. They also spelled out the fuel stations that are causing the problems in the Adams County area. They were Sinclair on 96th Avenue, that's a fuel terminal. Phillips 66 on East 56th. New Star Logistics also on East 56th. Suncor Energy West Fuel Rack on Brighton Road. Suncor East Fuel Rack on Brighton Road. Those 5 are in Commerce City specifically. The 6th in Adams County is Magellan DuPont, which is on Cramaria and across the street from DuPont Elementary. I provided that information to the city on September 18th, and I know that we have been making some efforts in discussing it with Adams County, and I'm hoping to get an update tonight. Adams County has received the first $6.4 million. I understand from the Colorado Department of Transportation that the second $6.4 million was also approved in a letter between both parties. So in theory, they have $12.8 million this year. And again, I will repeat, 5 of those fuel stations are in Commerce City. Only 1 is in Adams County alone, in unincorporated Adams County. My understanding from CDOT is that there was probably a misunderstanding when they were putting together the bill. And so I would very much like to know where we stand on recovering this money, because it could make a huge difference in our discussions about budgets, what we do with roads, etc.
City Manager Rogers.
Thank you, Mayor. I've been engaged with the county manager with respect to this. You all have received a deliberative email from me with where we were positioning the discussions. There has been some back and forth. I have most recently received an update from the county manager. However, I've not had an opportunity to fully discuss that with the city attorney, and then how that will ultimately be communicated in a deliberative manner to council for future direction and consideration that you all will need to take on that matter. So there's nothing I can share with you at this time outside of we have a response. That response still needs to be discussed by my colleague and myself, to which then we will, or I will, reach out to you effectively with what I believe are the next steps for discussion and or direction or decision to be made by the body.
Okay, thank you very much, because I think it's really important for people in Commerce City to understand the ramifications of this bill and what it means to Commerce City, why it's important for us to obtain our appropriate share of that $6.4 million, because we are clearly impacted by these fuel stations as are our residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Dare.
Mr. Rogers brought up the train tracks, Colorado Boulevard, a couple times already. Can we see if we can get our Public Works team out there to assess that, see if they can smooth it out? It could be as simple as just milling the patching that they did, because it is uneven with the main road.
We did hear that tonight, and that's something that we'll be following up with the Public Works Streets team, see what can be done. And I can then report back to you all what we think is the most advantageous solution for at least the RTD train tracks. We are also looking at drainage with the 68th multimodal study improvements that would help with what we're hearing and some of the drainage that's coming from that general area as well. So even though we have talked about Colorado Boulevard, we do understand that there is some effect that's coming both from the north and from the west, if you're thinking about the Adams Heights neighborhood, that we are at least trying to address and look at now.
Yeah, and part of that problem might be the erosion of the ditches that used to be there when it was I don't know if it was BNSF or which railroad company was there, but once they turned it over to RTD, they really kind of stopped maintaining that. So that might be something that we want to look at in the meantime, if we can put some temporary
we can look at that as well.
City Manager Rogers, is that something, since we have this asphalt contract to include? Is that something we could, because it could be something that the company that's been awarded the contract could easily take care of?
I can't say one way or another, not Mayor, but what I can do at least is ask that question and have that be as part of the follow-up when we think about some of what may be achievable solutions in the short term.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Douglas.
So since Mayor Pro Tem Noble brought this up, I want to let everyone know that I spoke to the executive director for the Colorado-Wyoming Petroleum Association at a dinner in the when we were at the Colorado Municipal League conference, and the county was well aware that they were getting all of this money and that it was not going to Commerce City. And I want that to go on the record. Wanted to know what Commerce City would like in addition. And I said, hey, if they're getting 15 million, I think we should get 15 million too. But I can tell you, names were mentioned, so I know who had been talking about all of this. So the county was well aware that they were getting money that should probably go to Commerce City, and I want that to go on the record. Thank you.
All right, seeing no others, council members, we're going to report. City Manager Rogers.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of quick updates for you all. The Community Wellbeing Division is partnering with Adams County to host an informational presentation about the Colorado Low Income Energy Assistance Program on Tuesday, November 4th from 6 to 8 p.m. At the Community Wellbeing Office on the 5th floor of 7190 Colorado Boulevard or the Adams Tower building. Additionally speaking, we were made aware today of our Dr. Cog subaward with a focus on reducing climate pollution from the building sector that we have been awarded $1.2 million based on our application that was submitted with respect to that. So our E3 staff is going to be finalizing that award recipient notification, but wanted to share that with you all. Additionally speaking, as we continue through economic development, our staff has met with MSU Denver and Community Wellbeing Team to discuss support needs for the unhoused community that has been enrolling in the city's free GED program. So that is positive news as we continue to work with our unhoused. We have come across those who want to participate in contributing positive assets to our community and leveraging our programs. So we are continuing to engage and to move that forward. We have also from PRG Monaco Park renovations, as you know, that have been well underway. That work is complete. We're doing a punch list of that park so that we'll be able to do a soft opening here in the coming months. And then we have Second Creek Farm Park, as you all know, which is located adjacent to the Capstone Academy off of Telluride and 88th. We are getting close to the issuance of a grading permit for that park, and then being able then shortly thereafter to issue a notice to proceed with construction activity. Additionally, in PD Saturday night, they had their third annual Dia de los Muertos event at Our Lady Mother of the Church. It was extremely well attended, and we also had participation by Cultivado and Adelante. And we are pleased to welcome some of our new real-time crime center technicians that started work today. Looking forward to the work that they'll be able to do. Real-time crime center technicians will ultimately be those who will be flying our drones, as well as we continue to develop that center, moving, hopefully in the near future, moving to a 24-hour monitoring of activity within our city, but they will at least be able to begin 12 to 18-hour shifts of, once again, thinking about real-time crime, being able to monitor it in real time, and being able to provide information and direction to our officers in the field. And then last but not least, Commerce City is once again participating in the National Community Survey, which is currently live, collecting resident feedback through Monday, November 10th. The survey captures opinions on the economy, mobility, community design, utility, safety, natural environment, inclusivity, engagement, and more from our community. The results show Commerce City's strengths, areas of improvement, and what matters most to residents. Surveys will initially be mailed to approximately 3,000 residents selected at random, but then will be equally distributed by ward. That is my update.
Any council members have questions for City Manager Rogers? Let's see. Thank you for your report. You know, over the weekend, Janice Moles put out, PIO from the police department, a video of a takedown of I guess it was a drug deal, and it was done by drone, just to give us illustration of how it works. The person who was taken down was blurred out, so that I'm glad that wasn't seen. But in that area adjacent to King Soopers on 64th, there is very heavy unhoused folks actually putting tents up on a nightly basis. I've been through there 3 times already in the last 4 days, and there's been at least 2 to 3 tents that is on the sidewalk of the dog track area across from King Soopers Shopping Center to the north.
Thank you, Mayor. We'll make sure that, you know, given that maybe after some of our hours with our code enforcement, our community well-being, or public works staff that's participating in our unhoused or our urban encampment policy enforcement, I'll make sure to make that a note with our chief of awareness of that area.
Okay, and I appreciate you updating us on the Real Crime Center, the employees. And since it was brought up tonight about ATVs and mini bikes, maybe in the area of 68th and Colorado, that could have a drone in that area, maybe in the afternoons from, I'd say, 2:30 to 5, if that's possible.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. City Attorney Zarzaki.
I was not going to have anything, Mayor, but you mentioned the ATVs and e-bikes, so I will just quickly give you an update. There is an internal city team that's working on this per the council's motion. Previously, I did have a conversation with the city attorney of Aurora today, actually, to understand the effectiveness of their code provision and their citation process thus far. As it were, their code actually just came into effect 3 days ago. So they have not used it yet. Nevertheless, I did get some very helpful feedback from him on his understanding of what they can do within the parameters of their new ordinance, and we will be updating you all with some red line language for council consideration. So that is it.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Councilmember Dukes.
City Attorney, thanks for bringing up the conversation with the city attorney at Aurora. Is there, by chance, have you, during that conversation or in the future conversations, I guess, how often do you get a chance? Because I'm curious around another ordinance that they have partaked in.
I have his phone number. I reached out to him specifically because of this issue after we had an internal meeting about it today. If there's other things that you would like to inquire about, certainly let me know offline and we can have that conversation.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any council members wish to make a report? Councilmember Kim.
Thank you, Mayor. The only thing I really have is I had an opportunity on Sunday to meet with a group called AVID, which I never heard of them before until they actually reached out to me. It's called Asian Vibes in Denver. It's quite interesting. So that group, essentially, what they're surrounding is they're looking at the AAPI community as far as getting involved into politics and whatnot. So there was not only the organizers, but also a lot of interested members regarding surrounding politics all in general as far as how to get involved. There was one that was looking at potentially running for CD4, Congressional District 4, and a few others looking for running for local office. But essentially, my conversation was surrounded about as far as how I got to where I was. how I got to where I am today. One of the things I did mention, I said, I told him about my past. I had a felony background, I'd been to jail a few times, had misdemeanors as well. Does not define me as far as who I am today and how I operate today. Being in the military, serving the military for 22 years. On top of that, serving on city council, serve the people. So, with all that said, I gotta say it was quite a great candid discussion I had with them. In addition to that, I want to thank Broomfield City Council member Kenny Nguyen, who's also running for never mind. I'm not going to mention. I forgot which one it was. But then also North Glen incumbent for Ward 3, Rich Kondo, for being there as well. Really appreciate their support, them being out there, also providing their inputs as well. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you very much. I actually wasn't in Commerce City last week because I was traveling the Southwest in New Mexico, Utah, and Arizona in order to attend the 100th birthday of one of my bosses. I wouldn't have missed that party for the world. But what was really interesting to me is that there are municipal elections going on throughout the Southwest, including the Navajo Nation. The big issue there is infrastructure, just as it is here. And also in Santa Fe, they had added a tax on homes that sell for over $1 million in order to fund affordable housing, so that became a campaign issue. I really appreciate that there is an election going on tomorrow. I hope if you haven't voted yet that you will do so. Please keep in mind that you need to walk your ballot in either to one of the ballot boxes or to the county clerk's office. So thank you for participating in democracy.
Councilmember Kim, did you have one more?
I did. Yeah, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for actually bringing that up regarding voting. City council, and of course, there's elections across the city, along with the state, and also all over the place. At the end of the day, it's a matter of ensuring that your voices are heard. What's going to matter is exactly who gets voted where. We have a lot of well-qualified candidates for Commerce City, to include incumbents. So again, I do wish everyone the best. I do wish everyone the best of luck to them. But at the end of the day, for the residents that are out there who are still listening in on this, you got to get out there and vote. Thank you.
All right. Any other council members? Okay. Just want to also let the council know the I-270 meeting was this last Tuesday. It was their last meeting. We met 18 months of meetings. So it was well attended by, I appreciate the community members in organizations and businesses that participated in I-270 from the city and from outside organizations. Councilmember Teeter was there as well. So there is going to be some next steps as far as the stakeholders work group. That has ended, but there might be some other collective organizations and present members that will continue on with maybe small groups to discuss. There's also there's going to be several hearings that are going to take place to make sure that it's on the record as well. Record of decision federally. There's going to be one for the state. It's also been advocated for, just as I-270, when that corridor was done, that there is a relief for tolling for the folks who live in that area. Will be the same thing in Commerce City and that section of 270. So basically, going forward, if this is approved, but it was going to be a record of decision for the state, that folks living in the corridor would have an adjustment on their tolling account to offset this impact to the 270 corridor if they move forward with managed lanes with the tolling. Let's see, and then Thursday, I attended the HVAC licensing government feedback with DOLA, and basically they were looking at, this would go to their state legislators permitting for HVAC workers for licensing. And when that was brought up, it also indicated that there's a lack when it comes to inspectors coming out for HVAC work, especially for heat pumps. Some have been put in incorrectly. There's inspectors that have come out and put their hands on the device and saying everything's fine and sign it off. So there's a lot of work that's going to be involved to go through that process, and along with other ones as well. But this was just highlighted for statewide HVAC licensing. That's all I have. So we'll go to a motion to extend the automatic adjournment. I need a motion in a second to extend the automatic adjournment time to 11 o'clock. Councilmember Kim?
So moved.
Okay. Motion on the floor is to extend automatic adjournment till 11 o'clock. We'll ask the clerk to take a roll call vote.
Second. You need a second.
I made a motion.
Oh, okay.
You seconded it.
So for a second, got it.
Sorry. Let's make this right. We'll do it. We'll do this. I'll back this up. I need a motion to extend the automatic adjournment time till 11 o'clock. Councilmember Kim.
So moved.
Councilmember Teeter.
Second.
Okay. Sorry about that. A motion on the floor to extend the automatic adjournment to 11 o'clock. I'll ask the clerk to take a roll call vote.
Your vote is open. Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Douglas, how do you vote? Oh, thank you.
Okay, that passes 6-3. All right. Okay, I need a motion and a second to enter an executive session. City Council pursuant to CRS Section 24-6-402, parentheses 4F and I, for discussion of personal matters specifically to conduct a yearly performance evaluation to establish 2026 performance standards of the city manager. Formal action by the City Council following the executive session is anticipated and will occur in open session. Is there any discussion? Okay, the motion on the floor. Okay, well, that's what it was. Okay, need a motion in a second. Councilmember Kim.
So moved.
Councilmember Teeter.
Second the motion.
All right, the motion for us to enter executive session of the City Council pursuant to CRS Section 24-6-402, parentheses 4F and I, for the discussion of personal matters, specifically to discuss the yearly performance evaluation to establish 2026 performance standards of the city manager. I will ask the clerk to take a roll call vote.
Your vote is open. Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Point of information
Yes.
or something, I don't know what it is. I did vote to extend, but it showed up as a no, and we know exactly how that went 2 weeks ago. So it wasn't even worth mentioning at that point, but I had no problem extending the meeting, just for the record.
All right, thank you. We will now enter into an executive session. Council will return from the executive session to take action. The meeting broadcast recording will remain up. The executive session is estimated to last approximately 2 hours. Oh, yeah. All right. We have adjourned from the executive session, see no further business.